Resident Evil 4.
They want us to play glitchless really bad, yeah.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was
I just think people should.
viral experiment
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? It is what it is. Devs are gonna fix stuff if they feel like it.
The virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City, and hit the peaceful little town with a devastating blow crippling its very foundation. Not taking any chances, the President of the United States ordered a contingency plan to sterilize.
I have never played
RE6,
no.
With the whole affair gone public, the United States government.
So what's up,
issued
Salad?
an indefinite suspension of business decree to Umbrella.
I saw you finished your run, or at least I think so. I don't know. I was trying to open your VOD, but it wasn't loading for me. But I'm pretty sure I saw that you guys made it to the credits. I was like, the only thing that would load for me was
6 years.
I was like skimming through it, and you know how you get like the still frames of the video.
I received special training via a secret organization working under the direct control of the president. I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president's family.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes Twitch VODs just like completely break on my computer. Maybe it's an issue with my browser. Like, Twitch VODs will completely stop loading, and the only way I can get it to fix itself is by closing my browser completely and reopening it. Or waiting like several minutes. I don't know.
All by yourself?
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did.
Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer doesn't even exist anymore. Isn't it Edge now?
It's a direct order from the chief himself. I tell you, it's no big.
Well, it's not updated, I guess I should say. Of course, it still exists, but...
It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter when she was abducted. That's the ultimate.
And I gotta say, I really miss doing the RE4 remake rando.
There's reliable information.
RE4 remake rando was so good, genuinely.
Apparently, she's being withheld by some unidentified group of people. Who would have thought that
The OG rando is cool. I don't know if it quite hits the same as the RE4 remake, but do it again, bro. I did 2x enemies. I did 3x enemies in RE4 remake. Like, it was fun, but
Must be my imagination.
I'm not so like desperate for content that I'm just gonna like do RE4 remake. Like there's a certain point where, you know, it's like, all right, it's time to move on and do some other stuff. Maybe we will go back to RE4 remake rando at some point, but okay, well, I was saying before, Salad, the starting health in this randomizer is really stupid. I think I'm gonna go to I think I'm gonna set it to the default starting health.
I'll go and have a look around.
We'll stay and watch that car.
Because when you start with really low HP, you're basically just cooked.
Right.
Like you might as well just go run into the first enemy and just let them kill you. Like, what's the point?
Jeez.
Am I good at this game? No, not really. Hey, Pridwin, thank you for the 45 months.
Leon, I hope you can.
You get even a green HP seed in a single island enemy. One shots you from full. Yeah. Yeah. Getting one shot isn't super fun. I mean, I also think in this randomizer, like running past the enemies is more realistic because the enemies they can't like chase you like they can in RE4R. Can I change that keybind to F? Because that's gonna fuck me up, dude. I'm alive! Oh my god. I should have shot that guy. I thought I could... Holy sh... Oh! Fuck! Let me out! I don't know if I should even loot that room, dude. This OG or remake? This is the remake. Yeah, this is the remake. This is the remake on Switch too.
Leon, how you holding up?
Bad question, Hunnigan.
Sorry to...
Is this normal? Oh yeah, you actually get a checkpoint in this though, don't you? Oh, there we go. Oh god. There's a Verdugo. What's up, Robin? I wonder if these boxes can have enemies in them. What the? Oh, God. I feel like my FOV is like fucking 10 in this game, bro. Oh, shh. I think we should probably just run straight into the house, maybe. All right, I'm gonna turn off the randomized starting health though, 'cause I really don't feel like it's very fun. Okay. Is there no RE8 rando? The thing is, there's not that many different enemy types in Resident Evil 8. The thing that's so good about RE4 is that there's quite a lot of different enemies, which definitely helps with like variety and stuff. RE7 is even You can't even randomize RE7. You could randomize the items, I guess, but RE7 is just mold. I mean, the bosses are unique. RE7 has tons. Okay, tons seems like a bit of a stretch. But yeah, maybe there's more than I realize. You know, I've been wanting to like replay RE7 again, or rather play through like the DLC. Well, I want to just do like RE7 and like the DLCs and stuff again. I was thinking about doing like a Resident Evil marathon. Oh, that would be fun.
Resident Evil 4.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the
Honestly, the RE2 remake rando was a lot of fun, but it's a shame that Mine Thrower. It would be really cool if the RE2 remake. Oh my god, the game just crashed. Are you kidding? See, this is the thing about the RE4 OG rando as well. Like it's kind of buggy and it crashes a lot too. So yeah, I don't know. It kind of sucks. I'm not sure. Like if it crashes like that, I don't know if I should just re-roll or. Send me a DM on so what's up, Duke? It's the guy who made the rando chat. You send me a message on. What did you send me a message through? Chat. Was Secrets of the Mimic any good? Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, it was all right. It was all right. Oh, did you send me a Twitch whisper? Oh, okay. If it's crashing for you often, then the X3D audio DLL and INI files are missing. You'll find these in the bin 32 folder in the RAR file of the rando. Okay, hold on, let me see. Leaking DMs. Okay, chat. You know what? I think you might be right.
6 years have passed since that horrendous incident. It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter that she was abducted. Who would have thought that my first job would have been a rescue?
Hold on, sorry, I gotta restart the game. Yeah, I actually did not have those files installed, so thank you. Thank you for the advice. Okay. Wait a sec. Why is my resolution so fucked up? Huh? Oh no, what did I just do? I don't know what's happening, guys. Fuck. Oh my god, why is my screen like... I don't know why my resolution is... Game breaking DLL files. Maybe I didn't... Um... Oh yeah, we were using the Vulkan renderer before, but I'm not sure why. That wasn't a dev. Okay, yeah, very funny, guys. Wait, I think we fixed it? Thought we had this on though. Well, it seems like it's working now. All right. Wait for the crash. No, no, no. Okay. We're good.
Resident Evil 4.
$1998.
Probably shouldn't try to kill these guys. That FOV, yeah, I know. It's a lot better now, isn't it? We didn't crash, did we? Oh my god, I thought we crashed again, dude. No 200 HP, no. Honestly, I think for me personally, it's more fun if I'm just starting with the default health. I don't know if I should loot in here though. I kind of feel like I should just keep running maybe. What the? Early in the run, you think it's worth it? Fair enough. feel like I'm so fast. Oh my god. Dude, I didn't hear it anymore. I thought... Oh. I was wondering, like, is it still gonna blow up? I should have used the golden egg. Maybe we'll find a green herb. Holy shit, bro, chill.
Leon, how you holding up?
Bad question, Hunnigan.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sending you a playing manual. Hope you find it useful.
I'll take a look at it, thanks.
Crash incoming? No, so the creator of the rando came in and told me that I need to... Well... He taught me the secrets of not crashing. You know, I wonder, does... Alright, you know what? I think I'm just gonna use the gold egg. I don't want to die in one hit. Oh shit! It's the little kid! What the... I mean, he's not a kid, but you know, whatever. He's a little kid, whatever.
Who are these people? What are they planning? Chainsaw. Shit. Son of a...
There was a green herb, man. We didn't have to eat the gold egg. That's okay, though. What the... Oh, the dogs. Holy sh... So many dogs down there, dude. Dude, how tanky are these guys? Do enemies have randomized health as well? I think they might. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. I need to use my pistol. Ooh. Oh yeah, pistols can crit, so that's probably better. Kicks are just shit in the OG. Hmm. What was that purple ammo? You don't examine gun stats? I mean, I would if I... Oh shit. 0.3 firepower. Yeah, I don't know if that's good. 1.7. Oh, well, yeah, that would explain the difference. .3 is insane. Well, we're getting some mixed... Oh, the striker. Oh, there's only 7 ammo in it. But... Honestly, this seems like a pretty chill... I don't know where the rocket guy went, but... I don't want to jump down there. Those dogs are gonna... destroy me. Probably died, yeah. Wait, what is this purple ammo? Oh, typewriter ammo. I mean, I could try to throw a grenade. I just don't know if it's worth it. If it was a flash, then that would be perfect. Oh, well, there we go.
La campana. Es hora de rezar. Tenemos que irnos. Lord Sattler.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Flashes on OG don't work the same as the remake. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, it's been a long time since... I actually used to speedrun the original.
Hunnigan, I have some
It
bad
was a
news.
long time ago, though.
Found the body of an officer. Something's happened to the people here.
Leon, you need to get out of there. Look for a tower and follow the trail near it.
Got it.
Oh shit, they're all still alive? Oh god. That's concerning. Oh shit. Did I just... Oh fuck, I should have just... Dude, I can't turn! Am I dead? Oh, man. I wonder if I should have went back inside the house. Hmm. Can you keep your camera pointed up and the dogs won't attack? You know, now that you mention it, you might be right. Hold on. Yeah, there's a lot of... What, chat? What? Setting this up? All right. We go again. Did I clear all the Pantheons in Hollow Knight? I have, yeah. I never did them with bindings, but I'm generating a new randomizer seed, chat, but I think it's, oh, I think the randomizer froze. Let me try this again. Is it the remake or the old one? We're playing the original. Okay, there we go. I have 230 hours in RE4OG, chat. Oh, does it not? Wait, is there a way? Oh, save is right there. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Actually, does it matter if I use the... I don't even think the Vulkan renderer really matters, unless it makes it look better. But yeah, I didn't realize I need to save. Not sure if there's anything else I should put on. How much do I have in the remake? 700.
Resident Evil 4.
"1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment.
Oh, thank you, Dessing. Oh, we got a rifle. Oh, he dropped a grenade. Nice. Baby seed? I don't... You can't even shoot the bell in this, can you? I don't think that's a thing. I think that's a remake thing. Does the silencer add anything? It makes it quiet? We have like no ammo. Hey, you got any handgun ammo, lady? Nope. Am I playing Metal Gear when it comes out? Yeah. You know, probably shouldn't have tried to just run straight in there. Oh God, am I okay? I'm fine. There, Giganta. Oh shit. What? Wait. What do you mean I got the insignia? Wait, insignia key. Wait, what the what is that for? Isn't that for the... Can I just... What? Really? Bro, what is that? Oh my God. The merchant's down here at least. I guess we should break the boxes with our guns. Oh! There was a first aid spray on the ceiling. Boom.
Got something that might interest you.
Can't believe you could just skip 2 chapters. That's insane.
Got a selection of good. What are you selling?
It's PV chapter 3 now.
Is that all? Thank you.
Wait, the silencer sells for 15,000? That's actually quite a lot.
Buying?
My God, those are some expensive grenades.
Not enough cash, stranger. Not enough cash. Not enough cash, stranger. What are you buying?
The upgrades are still cheap. Wait. 7.2 firepower? That seems so high.
Thank you.
Oh right, upgrading capacity in this game actually refills the gun too. I forgot about that. I'm gonna keep in mind. I may have tried to parry, yes. I need to shoot them in the foot. What? Oh my god, what am I doing, dude? I can't fucking aim. Not the remake? Oh, I thought it was still a thing in this. Oh god. I don't remember. Oh. All right, does anyone know the solution for this? Anyone know the numbers? 3334443. I don't think you have to do it that many times. Do you? Okay, I'm gonna do that. Oh, chat, you're so good. I'm dead. I didn't even see him, dude. Well, good PB. I don't think I'm playing this carefully enough, fellas. Godseed. uh. Well. You can play as carefully as you like. You're gonna get one shot regardless. Yeah, that's probably true. Dude, I'm like so rusty at RE4 OG. This is so different than playing remake. I don't know how long it's been since I even finished RE4 OG before. I'm gonna go grab a drink though, so you guys can 1998 it up. I will be right back.
Resident Evil 4.
"1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise, Umbrella. The virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City, and hit the peaceful little town with a devastating blow crippling its very foundation. Not taking any chances, the President of the United States ordered a contingency plan to sterilize Raccoon City. With the whole affair gone public, The United States government issued an indefinite suspension of business decree to Umbrella. Soon its stock prices crashed, and for all intents and purposes, Umbrella was finished. Six years have passed since that horrendous incident. I received special training via a secret organization working under the direct control of the president. I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president's family.
Cornel, why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick?
You, who are you really? Come on and tell us. You are a long way from home, cowboy. You have my sympathies.
Guess that's a local's way of breaking the ice. Anyway, you know what this is all about. My assignment is to search for the president's missing daughter.
What? All by yourself?
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did.
Oh, you crazy American. It's a direct order from the chief himself. I
Okay,
tell you it's no
I'm back.
picnic.
I'm counting on you guys.
Where can you download this randomizer? You can subscribe to Duke's Patreon.
It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter when she was abducted. That's the ultimate reason I'm in this lonely and rural part of Europe.
Mátalo!
I feel like I'm so fast. Wait, what was that? Oh, red, yellow. Well, yeah, I guess if you want the most up-to-date one, you need to subscribe to his Patreon. You might be able. Where the heck are those guys going? Oh, there's an wait, oh, golden egg here. I feel like it's definitely a lot easier to run past enemies in this game. Oh my. Okay, we're going straight inside the front door. Honestly, being in here seems kind of OP. I feel like in Remake, it's so easy to get overran by enemies. Oh my god, we have so many heals. In remake, it's incredibly easy to get overrun by enemies here, but doesn't seem too bad. Right, what is... Oh yeah, it's like fucking backspace. Hold on, let me bind this to my mouse. I don't have a green herb. Oh shit, I don't know if I should have jumped out here. Need to heal, dude. My god, what's happening? How the fuck do I... Oh god. Bro. No. My fucking heels. Oh my god, dude, what? No. Well, there goes all my healing. Dude. I'm dead. Oh. That was a good run. I don't know. I mean, I should have shot. I don't know, man. I'm so rusty at this game. Dude, I don't know what, like. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Yeah, I know. We had so many heals, and I fucking ate every single one of them. Be easier to play on keyboard mouse. Do you not see the keyboard mouse prompts?
Resident Evil 4.
Oh shit. Wait. Oh, this is just the RPD outfit. Okay. .1 firepower on the pistol. 0.9 on the typewriter. Oh god. Okay. I don't know, man. I thought going slow was the right, you know, maybe we should I don't know how to deal I don't know how to deal with those enemies on OG. Maybe I should have just ran like full speed. Or I could wait until he turns around, I guess, and then shoot him in the back. I don't know, like maybe running past stuff isn't the best idea for this. But at the same time, I do feel like it's way more reasonable to run past stuff in this randomizer compared to the remake.
Resident Evil 4.
Sorry, I interrupted the 1998. Are there soft locks if you skip chapter? I don't think so. Oh god. Okay, that fucking takes a while to reload. Oh god. Oh fuck me. Guess I should have baited it out. Please don't. You're still alive? Are you freaking kidding me? What? Oh god. Oh! Oh. Bro, I can't fucking aim! Get! Fucking bitch, get off me. Holy sh... Come on, reload. Okay, wait a sec. We can... use all the magnum ammo. We just gotta survive. Does the cow count? Sorry, cow. Oh, I don't want to jump down. Oh, God. Oh. What? Oh, shit. Dog up here? Just fucking die. You didn't even drop anything. Oh.
La campana. Es hora de rezar. Tenemos que irnos.
I don't know, guys. Did we even trigger the bingo by killing enough, or should we just try to survive?
Lord Sattler.
Now it's gonna take us outside. There's gonna be dogs on me. I mean, if I don't look at them, I don't think they can do anything, so... Don't hurt me. I have no freaking ammo, guys. I'm still fucked. I'm so fucked. No, no, no. I'm not looking at you. Oh, D. Any loot? Coming through. Who the fuck is... What? Blow up! Why aren't you blowing up? Should've just kept running, I guess, dude. What the fuck, man? I thought it would... Okay, I don't know. The dynamite in this game are weird. I'm just like... I can't remember all the nuances of this game, because clearly the dynamite don't work. The dynamite don't work the same way. Because I shot a lady who was on the ground with the dynamite, but then I stepped over her and it exploded. So I guess in the OG, they don't blow up on their own. They only blow up if you either get too close, in which they blow themselves up in order to blow you up, Or if you shoot it, I guess. She was dead though. Oh yeah, you're right. She was dead. So at that point, I guess it was on a timer. But it's only on a timer after they die and not while they're still alive.
Resident Evil 4.
$1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those...
Oh goodness. It takes a little while for the randomizer to well, to randomize. 'I wonder if there's a way to skip like the intro. Maybe under miscellaneous. Skip intro logos. Oh, there we go. Skip menu fades. Yeah, we'll do that too. Oh wait, I didn't save it though. Not skipping 1998. I'm skipping
Resident Evil 4.
the logos appearing every time I start up the game.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year...
You always launch another randomizer after the first one. Well, it doesn't work the same for this game, so... The randomizer in this is not... So it doesn't work the same. I mean, this randomizer modifies your game files. Oh my god. Is he gonna kill? I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Oh. Yeah, the gun stats are randomized. JJ is like so horrible when you get him early on. Oh my god, there's another JJ. Bro, are you kidding? Why? JJ has a fucking plaga in his head? What the hell is that? Dude, I didn't even... That's so much faster.
Evil 4.
"1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise.
Chapter 3 is the castle. Is it the castle in this
The
game?
virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City.
I don't really remember the...
It hit the peaceful little town with a devastating
Are you
blow
sure about
crippling
that?
its very foundation. Not taking any chances, the President of the United States ordered a contingency plan to sterilize Raccoon City. With the whole affair
Oh,
going public,
right. Well,
the
in
United
this...
States
Okay, yeah,
government
I'm
issued
just
an
doing it based on, like, the
indefinite
remake.
business decree to Umbrella.
Technically,
So
this
it
is
stopped.
1-3. Because there's 3 chapters and 5 sub-chapters in the OG. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm talking about. Well, maybe you don't, but... Mine thrower? I wonder how this thing is. 2.5. These guys do drop stuff. Maybe I shouldn't, like... Maybe I should try to take my time a bit more. I don't know. Really not sure. But you actually have to jump out the window. I guess you could jump out this one. Shit, there's so many people. There's like 6 enemies here right now. With the high FOV? It's part of the RE. There's a mod I have called RE4 Tweaks, which improves a lot of stuff and helps with crashes and rebalances some stuff. Yeah, I have my FOV a bit higher. I don't know, the base FOV is actually kind of fucked up. Actually, no, that's gonna be too... I'll just set it back to what it was. Oh, I hate these guys, man. Fuck's he going? Do they even hear sprinting in this, or is it just the gunshots that they hear? How much pistol ammo do I have? Oh my god, 91? Yeah, I don't know. I think I prefer the remake, but I do like the OG. I mean, I used to run... Oh my god. Why does this guy always fucking spin around in circles like this? I mean, most enemies seem to be dropping money or loot. I just don't know how... Like, is money that important with how expensive the merchant is?
Leon, how...
Oh god. What do you fucking mean, bro? I pressed D and A. Hello? Was I too slow? What do you fucking mean? Hold on. I want to see this again. Does he just automatically go into this? Dude, what do you mean? I pressed D and A, dude. How? What? Oh, so he doesn't always...
That's what I'm talking
Dude, that is so fast. I'm just not ready. I'm just not ready for it. I guess I should just spam the buttons though.
Getting a bit soft, are we?
Just get ready. Just get ready to fucking spam the shit out of everything. Okay. Alright, well, we'll reset. I just need to be, like, ready to spam all those buttons. Keep going. That's cheating. Do a non-permadeath run. But yeah, that's probably a good idea to actually learn and remember the game so I don't die to really stupid bullshit. But we'll see.
Resident Evil 4.
"1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise, Umbrella. The virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City, and hit the peaceful little town with a devastating blow crippling its very foundation. Not taking any chances, the President of the United States ordered a contingency plan to
Just stretching real quick, chat.
City. With the whole affair gone public, the United States government issued an indefinite suspension of business decree to Umbrella. Soon its stock prices crashed, and for all intents and purposes, Umbrella was finished. Six years have passed since that horrendous incident. I received special training via a secret organization working under the direct control of the president. I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president's family.
Cornel, why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick?
You, who are you really? Come on and tell us. You are a long way from home, cowboy. You have my sympathies.
Guess that's a local's way of breaking the ice. Anyway, you know what this is all about. My assignment is to search for the president's missing daughter.
What? All by yourself?
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did.
Oh, you crazy American. It's a direct order from the chief himself. I tell you, it's no picnic.
I'm counting on you guys. It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter when she was abducted. That's the ultimate reason I'm in this
all right.
lonely and rural part of Europe.
Here we go again. What do we got? 2 firepower. 12.3. That's better. We have 20 ammo for the Magnum. I wish that the guns started in like the top left of the inventory. Just easier for like equipping. Because you can just go in and just like boom, boom. Is it equipped? Oh, it is. Oh, when you have the gun equipped, then you see it's... Okay. Am I doing this again? I've never done this before. I did RE4 Remake before, which honestly, I mean, I kind of want to do RE4 Remake again in some capacity, but... RE4 was so much fun, honestly. Except for Mendez Hill. Bro! Wait, oh, I didn't kill the enemy. You dead? Why don't you try RE5? What do you mean? There is going to be a randomizer for RE5. That's like been in development from what I've seen. Damn. Are you kidding me? His head. Fucking... Oh. The moment he did that attack, his head like lurched out of the way. Please don't. Isn't RE5 terrible? I don't know. Some people hate on RE5, but I think RE5 is still a pretty good game. Dude, I cannot wait to see, like, I think at some point they're gonna do an RE5 remake. And I'm very excited for it. Oh. Oh no. Oh god. We're fine. This guy's always spinning, dude. We have a ton of magnum ammo, so that's good. What? That's nice. So we've got a good amount of pistol and magnum. Oh. 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 They can only come in through this door. There's no back entrance in this building. Might be able to hold him off here. Probably should be knifing this guy. Oh god. Oh! Bingo doesn't even despawn the enemies though, that's the worst part. There's two? Oh, no. Oh god, I'm dead. Fuck. Shouldn't have reloaded. I thought I had time. Dude, the JJs are brutal, man. Oh. They just fucking one-shot you. Yeah, they were brutal in like the RE4 remake rando as well. Although honestly in OG I feel like they're even worse. Because at least in honestly the body armor in the remake is the main saving grace. Like if there was no body armor in RE4 remake, the rando would be like 10 times harder. I'm not even kidding.
Resident Evil 4.
But in this game, a lot of the sections you can run past easier as well. 0.9. Their body armor in the original? I don't think so. Maybe I'm forgetting though. Oh, there is, actually? Oh, it's not on professional. That would explain it. I've never played this game on anything other than professional, I think. Might be on the rando. Yeah, maybe. True. Oh god. I don't feel like I should come in here, man. He sucks. Running yourself in village has a high death rate. Yeah, I agree. Bro, I didn't want to fucking quit. I'm dead. Oh wait, no, I'm not dead because he grabbed me in the back. Just fuck me up. Wait, am I going backwards? Oh, Jesus. Alright, well, it was a good run, guys. This is going well. This an ad? Oh wait, do I have the branded content thing on still? Oh no, I don't.
Resident Evil 4.
"1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains.
Another mine thrower. 2 firepower. 2.7 red 9. I don't actually know what like good values are on the guns, but seems good. I only one-shot this guy. No drops. I wonder if the knife damage is like a fixed amount. The knife does random damage. Holy sh... Bro, what the f... Wait, can I not kick him? Oh god. I'm dead again. Well, yes, probably. Leon, get back up. Get back up, you motherfucker! I should have used the mine thrower, I think. Maybe I should actually just not loot anything at the start and just like run straight to the door. I don't know. It's either I like take my time. I either have to take my time or just run past. The mine thrower would have been good, but it takes so long to blow up. I don't know, maybe you can shoot the mine.
Resident Evil 4.
"1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the International...
Okay. We have a shotgun. All right. Well, all right. Maybe we kill these guys at the start, because. Oh shit. I assume these are some of the guys that are always messing with me at the start anyways, so I should probably just kill them. One shot him. Probably go out the upstairs window, I'm just curious. There's still 3 enemies here. You guys didn't drop anything. We do have a shotgun though. I don't know what I'm doing here. Matilda sucks. Okay, well, that's great, but what do you want me to do about it? That's what I got. Can you come down from there, please? Oh, thank you. I feel like I'm using a bit too much supplies here. But I mean, I am killing them. So that's good. That actually still damaged him. A lot of these enemies don't actually drop anything though. Why are you running this? Did they update it? I've never done this before, so I'm running this because I've never done it before. It's like in the ground. There we go. Coming through, gentlemen. Hey, Mr. Khalid. Oh man, we really don't have that much ammo, guys. The fuck was that? Oh my god. Okay. Hello, gentlemen. Are they not able to break in? Okay. No! Oh! The hell's crossbow guy? Oh, there. There's one of them. Oh, what the? Oh my god! Why is he able? He's able to jump up the fucking wind, dude. I wasn't expecting Krauser to just jump up. I mean, he did it before, so I mean, I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. I saw the second one, so I should have known. He did it the first time. Like, there was 2 Krausers. Dude, everything does so much damage. Holy. Hello, I'm Chaos. What's up?
Resident Evil 4.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise, Umbrella. The virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City.
Oh, great. Ooh, a killer 7. 17 firepower. Alright, I gotta kill the guy. I had a yellow herb on him. Alright guys, I think we're just gonna run. I'm dead. I'm still dead. I feel like it's not worth going in there, man. It's just not worth going in there. I saw the treasure and I was like, ah, maybe I'll get it. It's just, you have to, I don't know. I don't know. It's really hard to get it's just so hard to get out of there, because even if you kick people down, a lot of the time their bodies can just like block the floor. Can you come back later? I don't think so. Actually, I don't know. I just, it's been so long since I played OG RE4, I really can't say. Why not the remastered? Because I'm playing the original. That's why. Why does there have to be a reason for everything?
Resident Evil 4.
Oh, these guns are terrible.
Te voy a hacer picadillo.
You guys want me to cheat? How does that work? So there's a glitch in the original. If you have the striker and you start aiming with it and then you switch to a different gun, you get insane. You get like double animation speed basically. I don't really know exactly why it happens, but yeah. It's kind of OP.
What are they planning? Chainsaw.
That why in the remake the striker charm increases speed? Yeah.
Son of a...
That is why. Well, I mean, my guess... Oh my god, we got the insignia key again. Can I jump out this window? Run! I'm out of here, losers. Oh, wait. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, there was a chicken in there. Scared me. Rip all the items in the village? Yeah. I don't really care. I think you can go back. Can there be something in here too? I'm scared of explosives. I mean, I think you can go back. I don't know. Like, I wonder if you go in here. I don't think more enemies will spawn because I think the bingo section is like finished now, presumably because I left. And this is like a... Oh shit. Never mind. Well, actually, I don't know. The cutscene played, but I don't... I don't know, I'm confused. Merchant is playing both sides. Oh, come on!
¡Detrás de ti, imbécil!
Dude, are they just gonna keep spawning like forever? And then my game crashes. Bro. Are you kidding me? Okay. Well, clearly I don't know. We might have to reset, or I don't think there's any load. Yeah, there's no load. I mean, we didn't die, so I mean, we could go again with the same seed, I guess.
Resident Evil 4.
And just not kill the enemies, I suppose.
1998.
Oh, man. Tried to bingo a second time. Yeah, maybe something like that.
Detrás de tu imbécil. ¡Un forastero!
That stagger animation is so long.
Detrás de tu imbécil.
Hey, Mike. Thank you for the 25 months. The remake sucks. Are you rage bait? Wait, it's the frickin' merchant. What the? All right. Try this again without... I guess we should... Oh, the chicken trapped himself. Oh, never mind. Alright. We should actually just make saves. I mean, I know it's permadeath, but we can still make a save in case of, like, crashes and stuff. You got any eggs for me, buddy? I don't think killing the chickens drops the egg. Doesn't this actually have a jewel in it normally? In this one? Can I knife this?
Got something that might interest you. got a selection. What are you selling? Ah. Ah. Thank you. Thank you. What are you buying?
Hand grenade for 20,000. Nice. Blacktail for $1 billion. Ooh, gold chicken egg for 35k. That's not bad.
What are you buying?
2.2 though if I upgrade this thing. That's a decent upgrade. Dude, I feel like my firepower on the striker is really low and also has it's like barely any capacity. I think I'm gonna get firepower for the pistol and then maybe capacity for the shotgun because 3 bullets is like fucking miserable. No dipman glitch. I don't know. I don't really want to do the dipman glitch because oh my fucking god, it's so hard to aim in this fucking game. Whoa! Fuck! How have you not blown up? Oh. Do we do the medallions? Dude, I'm scared of explosive boxes now. I don't know if they're gonna one-shot me. I feel like I should maybe eat another egg, or I should have eaten a... How much pistol ammo do... I got a lot of pistol ammo. Not sure if I'll have enough medallions since I skipped the farm. You might be right, yeah. There's a first aid spray in there. Okay.
Leon, have you reached the church yet?
Well, yeah. Sort of.
Leon, did I mention not to take the scenic route? At any rate, Ashley's probably inside that structure. Rescue her, hurry!
I'll save Ashley. This pistol is frickin' shredding, dude. I don't know, I've only seen an exploding... Oh god. Bro, what the fuck is that? Oh god! Oh, no fucking way. No fucking way. What the fuck is that, dude? I just have to like grenade and just run. But even then I'm probably still dead. No, I saw it. Why did I go? Oh, I should have stuck to the left. You can barely even tell, like, the fucking bullets that he shoots are so tiny. You can't even, like, tell where it's coming from. JJ and this is bullshit, dude. I mean, maybe I can kill the JJs. They're so dangerous as well. I don't know if you can you even like knock them on the ground? I guess maybe you can. I mean, do JJ's just always one shot you no matter what? Or if you get enough, maybe if you get enough health, you can actually like survive. I don't know.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral explosion.
Yeah, I'm just starting with the default health block because starting in like one hit range to everything is, I don't know. I feel like if you get bad health RNG, like you might as well just like reset. Because you need like, if you get bad health RNG, you need like 15 yellow herbs before you even get back to what good RNG would be. I don't know. I always forget I need to kill this guy. It's so hard to aim, dude. I'm also not sure if I should be... Like, I don't know if I should be running past stuff in this rando or actually trying to clear the areas. It's like kind of hard. In RE4 Remake, I felt like you kind of had to clear a lot of the areas. Like it was way too risky to try to like run past. Oh, I didn't start the timer. Like, you can clear the areas, but it doesn't... I don't know, you're not... I mean, you can get yellow herb drops from enemies, which is nice. It's just... No, I don't know... I don't really know what's better, because, I mean, I would have had to use all my magnum ammo if I wanted to, like, clear that area. Or use my knife, but... the knife... I don't know. Knifing enemies in this game is, like, so boring, in my opinion. Like, yeah, you can do it, but... I don't like when, you know, the difficulty just becomes, like, not even using the guns, and it's just, like, spamming the knife everywhere. Kind of boring. Wow, we have so much... We have so much magnum ammo. Holy shit. Oh my god, again? Damn! What's up, Albert? I don't know how rare it is to get that key early on, but it's pretty crazy you can just skip so much. I mean, I don't know if it's a good idea to just, if I do get the key, to just go straight here. I feel like... I don't know. The rando thinks it's soft locking without it. No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's just a chance that you can get it early. Oh, shit. Does this box always have an enemy in it? Well, I guess I mean, one time it had a bomb in it, but... I feel like that box is cursed. Oh, it's the snake boxes, right. I see. What's our damage? 1.0. 16.7. Well, yeah, I mean, you miss a lot of resources, but... I mean, it saves you a lot of time, and... I don't know, there's a lot of, like, extra green herbs in the game, so... The pink ammo is, it's for the Chicago typewriter. We have 2 green yellows. I'm, like, tempted just to eat them to prevent... potentially prevent a one-shot. I don't know how much health you need to survive things in this game.
Got a selection of... What are you selling? Thank you. What are you buying?
You miss key items? Well, that's the only key item you need, so... I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, we should probably upgrade our gun. That's true.
Welcome. Got some. What are you buying? Is that all? Thank you.
Wait, what? If I upgrade this, does it get worse? Excuse me?
Come back anytime.
Oh, no, no, no. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Never mind.
What are you buying?
Reload speed is... Yeah. You know, I'm gonna get reload speed. You know, now... What the hell was that? Now I'm curious though. In remake, how does the reload time... Like, is the reload time also the speed it takes to reload in the remake? Or is it some weird arbitrary numbers? Please don't let there be JJs. I don't see any. Holy shit. He's not dead? Hello? What are you made of? Oh my god. This guy have a helmet on? Nope. I can't tell. I feel like sometimes they have armor, but they look the same. I don't know. It's kind of confusing. Oh shit. That could have been bad. Wait, I need... Alright, I need handgun ammo. I think he dropped some. Bait an attack and knife. Yeah, dude, I'm not good enough at this game where I feel comfortable knifing every enemy to death. And also, knifing every enemy to death is so incredibly fucking slow and obnoxious. I don't know if there's any point in doing these blue medallions if I skip using the insignia key. I mean, kicking this game is good, but it's also... Like, kicking in the remake is good, but it's also dangerous when enemies can, like, combo you out and just kill you so quickly. Wait, what? Why is it auto going to quit? Oh, because I'm moving my mouse. Well, you also get iframes in the remake when you kick. But guys, it doesn't matter. Like if you go run it, okay, the thing is, if you're doing permadeath and you go in to kick a group of enemies and one enemy doesn't get hit by your kick, who's like slightly to your side, the moment after the kick is over, they can just hit you and it's unavoidable. Like you're putting yourself into those types of situations that can occur constantly.
Leon, have you reached the church yet?
You can kick these guys off. I guess they don't give loot though if you do that. Isn't this the snake? Or is that just in the remake? All right, buddy. And die, dude. Alright, well, we got a lot of Magnum ammo. Alright, time for this room to kill us again. Woohoo. Oh god, is that a Gigante? Do I run through? That could be in a box, yeah, maybe. Oh. I think she's dead now. I guess if you go around the back here, it's a little safer.
Got a selection of... What are you selling? What are you buying?
I guess I could have upgraded capacity on my Magnum. You're hyped for RE9? Me too. We don't have a release date though. So like it's still... Yeah, RE9 looks sick. Oh wait, is there a release date for RE9? February 28th? Oh, I'm thinking of a different game then. Listen, I can't remember, alright? I did watch the fucking trailer. Guys, there's so many games I'm excited for, okay? Can you reload in the inventory? No? Wait, I should make a save. Oh. What the? Those fucking enemies, these island enemies are insane. Ooh. You. I had like a grenade or something right now. Guy just has 1,000,000 health. Cool. I feel like I could just easily run through these areas, but at the same time, it is more comforting just... Shit, isn't there a snake in one of these too? Maybe not. Oh shit, wait, there was a shotgun in there? Oh, damn. I guess you kind of want to loot... I guess you kind of want to loot everything then, if there's, like, guns, potentially. Mine darts. Oh yeah, what's the power on this thing? 1.7. The pink ammo's for the Chicago typewriter. 4 is default power. Oh, come on, man. Why am I so unlucky, dude? Am I even hitting him? Am I gonna play RE6 co-op with Bach the next time he plays? I mean, I could, but the thing is, Bach has... Well, I don't know. How many times has Bach played RE6? He obviously... Like, I feel like it would be more fun to play RE6 with somebody who's never played it before, so we can both experience the glory of it, you know? I honestly want to try to play Resident Evil Outbreak. It's just... Okay, so like I played Outbreak with Bach once, and like I'm not... This is this is nothing against Bach, but I played Outbreak with Bach, and it was just... He was like... You know, I had never played the game before, and I really didn't know what I was doing. And Bach was just... Okay, chat. I was excited to play Outbreak, but then... And it was still fun, don't get me wrong, but we were basically just following Bach. Bach was like speedrunning it, going like full steam ahead, and we were just like following him the whole time, and you know, he's just doing like the speedrun strats. It was like, you know, we're not really learning the game at all, we're just kind of just like getting carried. Play it with Salad. Yeah, we should try to play it with like Salad, Ella, and Leppa.
Vámonos. Okay. Ándale.
Play with Gino. I don't think Gino would ever... I mean, okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see Gino ever saying yes if I asked him to play Resident Evil Outbreak. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I've ever seen Gino even play like a horror game on his stream. Is there a snake in one of these? Oh god, I'm so scared. That was a lot of fun doing co-op with Gino. I mean, that would be fun. I don't know if Gino's like into I mean, has he even played a Resident Evil game before? I don't even know. Gino's married to Elden Ring. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, setting up Outbreak is kind of a pain. For sure. Shoot the water a bunch of times. Dude, I don't even remember how to do Del Lago. We're probably gonna die here. Have I played the OG Resident Evil, like Resident Evil 1? Or are you talking about Resident Evil 1 Remake? I used to speedrun RE1. Yeah, the fight's pretty easy. It's just well, you can still get knocked off. But yeah, well, probably fine. If it isn't, then we practice at least. Yeah, I don't really like bingo that much. I don't know, man. I love the Souls games and everything. I love Elden Ring, but I just can't. I don't know, dude. I don't know how some of these dudes just play Elden Ring like all day, every day. Or I mean, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's just, I don't know, man. I've played Elden Ring a lot, but I'm nice. That was good. I think I'm supposed to hold to the left. See, this is what I mean. Like, we're probably fucked. I don't remember how to do this fight at all. I think we're supposed to go to the left. Oh, you kill him in one hit in the rando. Oh, it's the same as RE4 Remake. Okay, well that's awkward. Oh shit. Almost died to one-hit fish. I mean, I would have just shot at him right away. I think I actually lost half my health. I think I lost a heal. You get a free heal here. You know what? You might be right. More about playing against others. Well, yeah, but you're playing against others in Elden Ring for like weeks in a competition. And like, I don't want to be obligated to play Elden Ring for like a month straight. Or I mean, it's not like a month straight, but the thing is, like, I'm a very competitive person, so like, if I was to join bingo, I'm gonna practice and try to, like, I just don't like, I love Elden Ring, but I can't, I don't like being obligated to play Elden Ring. I mean, you bet your ass when the next Souls game comes out, I'm gonna be going hard on it again for probably like a year straight at least. But you know, I mean, I have 3,000 hours in Elden Ring. I fucking put a lot of hours into it, and you know, I've barely played it apart from back when the DLC came out.
Leon,
I haven't really
it's been
played it
6
too much
hours
lately.
since our last transmission. I was starting to get worried.
Don't you mean lonely? Anyway, I started to feel dizzy, and then I guess I must have lost consciousness.
Lost consciousness? Maybe that has some connection to what the village chief was talking about.
Can't say. But I'm all right now. I'm gonna continue my mission.
I mean, the thing is, it's 3,000 hours, but I haven't really played it that much apart from when the DLC came out. Also, I did not get healed here. Mm. I don't know if this is gonna heal me enough, this egg. Oh, it does. Okay, nice. The brown eggs are pretty good. I don't know, all like this negative hate on Night Rain is kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's okay if you don't like the game, but at the end of the day, I mean, they're just trying, like, I don't know, man, I don't even wanna, I'm just gonna, you know, just fuck off. Fuck off with the Night Rain rage bait. I'm not dead, right? I'm fine. Holy. Yeah, I could have skipped the cutscene. I just kind of wanted to see what would happen. Oh, come on, man. They're about to kick him. Some of these enemies are, like, just die, dude. Another herb. We're getting a lot of yellows. I was saying you don't like Night Rain is fine, but people calling it a slop game and then hating on somebody because they do like it is just cringe as fuck. In my opinion. People will hate on literally anything. Oh, I mean, that's like literally... I don't know, man. I've been streaming on Twitch for 12 years, and some of like the... I just find it so... It's so tiresome just how much negativity there is these days. It's fucking exhausting, honestly. Please don't let there be a JJ. Okay, no JJ. I think we just go shotgun them. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Oh. What the? Alright. Not bad. Are the fish drops random? I don't know.
I've obtained an object that resembles a cult group's insignia.
Wait, could I have just gone straight into the church and got Ashley if I got the insignia? Because don't you... Did I even need to do this? Oh my, what the fuck is this? Well, we did get a shotgun along the way, that's true. I mean, maybe like skipping that much isn't a good idea. Honestly, I don't know. Because yeah, we got like a good amount of heals and herbs and we got a shotgun, so. Wait, I keep fucking reloading all my guns. I should really not do that because I can upgrade the capacity.
Got some rare things on. What are you buying?
I can't even upgrade the shotgun?
What are you buying?
What? Huh?
What are you selling? Huh? What are you buying?
You're buying. I don't know, I'm kind of tempted to buy the red, green, yellow, but it's really expensive. Oh man, I could have upgraded the capacity of the Magnum. I guess we could get some firepower. It's not much though. Oh, we can get the handgun upgraded.
Thank you. Is that all? Thank you.
Wouldn't upgrade capacity unless you need ammo. Yeah, that's fair, but now we're going to... Yeah, we'll see. Now we have Gigante, don't we? Are you my friend? Oh shit. Wait, I just shot the dog? I thought that was a wolf. I didn't mean to. I thought... I was like, oh, I'll just take out one of the wolves before the fight starts. Oh god.
¡Rápido! 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 ¡Hala! ¡Usa los músculos! ¡Rápido! ¡Apúrense! ¡Por aquí! ¡Rápido! ¡Rápido! ¡Por aquí! ¡Por aquí! ¡Ay! ¡Se vuelve loco! ¡Mierda!
Upgrade any weapon you get from drops, you have to sell it to the merchant and buy it back. You know, I was kind of thinking I maybe had to do that. Do they sell for the same amount you buy them for? Wow, what a fight! Oh, what the fuck is that? Are you serious, bro? I wasn't even looking. Are you... What? Where did he come from? He one-shots? Dude, what the fuck is that? Oh, he was... If Luis is in the room? What the fuck is that? Luis can die? So what, there's just a chance Luis spawns in the room with you and then... Okay, wait, hold on. I mean, we'll reset, I guess. I need to learn, like, can I...
Are you okay?
I guess you just have to knife them to death. Because you can actually knife them to death in this. Does that hurt when it hits? No. 3 shotgun shells. Wow. What in the world is going on? Sending it? Well, I mean, I also died. I also died to frickin' one-shot grab. He ended up turning off Luis in that fight. Why is Luis even in this fight? Sorry, I was checking some settings. Alright. Rip run. Rip run! What did we make it to 1 dash? Was that 1-4? Two dash one. Oh, is it 3 I can't even remember how it works. I guess it's 3 chapters. So is it 5 chapters which with 3 sub-chapters each? Is that how it works in the OG?
Resident Evil 4.
I don't know. I don't know what to put for my PB. It's confusing. I'll have to look it up. I can't remember.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise, Umbrella. The virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City, and hit the peaceful little town with a devastating blow crippling its very foundation. Not taking any chances, the President of the United States ordered a contingency plan to sterilize Raccoon City. With the whole affair gone public, the United States government issued an indefinite suspension of business decree to Umbrella. Soon its stock prices crashed, and for all intents and purposes, Umbrella was finished. Six years have passed since that horrendous incident. I received special training via a secret organization working under the direct control of the president. I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president.
I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back.
Coño, why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick?
You, who are you really? Come on and tell us. You are a long way from home, cowboy. You have my sympathies.
Guess that's a local's way of breaking the ice. Anyway, you know what this is all about. My assignment is to search for the president's missing daughter.
What? All by yourself?
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did.
Oh, you crazy American. It's a direct order from the chief himself. I tell you, it's no picnic.
I'm counting on you guys. It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter when she was abducted. That's the ultimate reason I'm in this lonely and rural part of Europe. According to our intelligence, there's reliable information about a sighting of a girl that looks very similar to the president's daughter. Apparently, she's being withheld by some unidentified group of people. Who would have thought that my first job would have been a rescue mission?
It's freezing. So cold all of a sudden. Must be my imagination. Sorry it took so long.
Just up ahead is the village.
I'll go and have a look around.
We'll stay and watch the car. Don't want to get any parking tickets.
Right. Parking tickets.
Good luck.
Jeez. Who are these guys?
Did you say something?
Leon, I hope you can hear me.
All right, here we go again. Oh, 3.4 damage. Not a complete shit shotgun for once. Oh, jeez. Oh, she's already dead. What the? Ooh. I gotta say, starting with the Magnum is probably the best starting item, though, just because, I mean, the Magnums are just so strong in these games. Save in case of crash. I don't think it's gonna crash. I installed a file that I didn't realize I... Yeah, there's a crow outside my house. Unless that was in the game. I don't think it was, though. So loud.
Leon, how you holding?
Oh boy. This guy shooting from? Are you? What the fuck is that? Are you kidding me, dude? Fucking aimbot. Is this guy gonna hit me through the wall? Kind of scared. Coming through. Come on with these fucking... Oh, Jesus. Dude, did I just get shot? Don't. Oh my god, dude. Dude, they all converged on me at like the perfect time. Maybe I shouldn't stay inside the cabin.
Resident Evil 4.
Wait, hold on.
Resident Evil 4.
$1998. I'll never forget it.
Another striker. 2.8.
¡Allí está! Detrás de ti, imbécil.
Man, I gotta say these exploding guys are quite convenient. I get any handgun ammo? Shotgun shells, I guess. A lot of healing. Oh, off. Getting lucky with the starting HP, yeah, I know. Crazy.
¡Un forastero! ¡Detrás de ti, imbécil! ¡Por allí! ¡No dejes que se escape! ¡Agárralo!
Vayan por detrás.
Who are these people?
¡Bloqueale el paso!
What are they planning? Chainsaw.
Alright, what are the easy strats for the village, Kenny? Just tell me. What is it? Hiding in a room and like knifing a doorway the entire time or some bullshit? You can just sit in the tower. Isn't that kind of lame though? You asked? Okay. Am I not allowed to share my opinion on the strategy that you guys told me? I mean... Are they all in the house, dude? God damn it, dude. There we go. That's gotta end it, dude. For sure, right?
La campana.
Items despawn in this game? Oh yeah, the items do despawn after the... I guess they might be gone. I can't remember.
Lord Sattler.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Salad. Yikes. I mean... Seems like all this stuff is still here. Dude, that... I gotta say, that grenade was really satisfying. Yeah, I've used the insignia key to like skip. It's pretty nice when you can get it. Yeah, I mean, if the thing is, if you do the, like, you can do this, you can skip if you get the key, but you are also a lot weaker. And you could potentially miss out on, like, a really good gun, so. I don't think that doing the skip is necessarily the best choice every time. It is nice though. I think I got everything in here, right? Up on the roof. Dude, what is going on? My mouse, or my camera was like moving on its own. Oh, I don't have to, I don't have to hit it down. Alright, we looted everything. Woohoo! These guys are gonna one-shot me. We are just gonna run straight through here. Well, maybe doing some of the medallions is a good idea. These guys are from the freaking island, so they're gonna one-shot me. There was an enemy along the pathway there. Did he drop loot, do you think? We did. I mean, it's just money. I don't really know if I should care about it, but... Oh, God. My God, I can't aim. Oh my. Okay. Sure. Guy just shooting me through a crack in the fucking universe. Why not? I mean, I feel like I don't know, guys. I feel like I should run, but I don't know. Oh. Dude. These fucking shots, dude. Oh! Am I done with Night Rain? I'm not. I mean, I'm not playing it today. I'm not done with Night Rain forever. Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm running. Oh my fucking God, dude. Dude, why are the crossbow enemies in this game so fucking broken? They're insane. They'll like shoot you through a crack in a fucking wall. I can't even see him. Why not throw a grenade? A grenade wouldn't have killed the crossbow guy. The only thing that was causing issues there was the crossbow guy sniping me like perfectly when I can't even see him. The issue was not needing to use a grenade.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains.
I mean, yeah, I did have a flash,
Soon
but
after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise, Umbrella. The virus broke
I wanted
out
to
in
take it
nearby
slow
mountain community,
because
Raccoon City.
I don't know, if I just try to rush through that area, there's a good chance that I get cornered by like a million enemies and I just die. So I thought, I don't know, I thought I would try to take my time, but I guess that was the wrong choice. I don't know. All right. We go again. Let me loot in peace.
Mátalo.
I mean, I've worked with some Souls-like games, or I've been sponsored by some Souls-like games to promote them before they've released. And most of the time, any of the feedback that I've given has not been listened to. But, I've tried. Oh! Like, before Anotria came out... Ooh. Before Anotria came out, you know, they had, like, the demos and play test or whatever.
Leon, how you holding up?
Bad question, Hunnigan.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sending you a playing manual. Hope you find it useful.
I'll take a look at it, thanks.
And they asked... They asked for, like, feedback on stuff. I didn't give, like... Oh god, we're dead. Oh, that's good. Nice. Perfect. Dude, I was scared of the JJ coming up behind me and... whatever, man. You're gonna try out Neo 3. I played the alpha, or the demo for it. It was good, honestly. I mean, I'm definitely gonna play Neo 3 when it releases. I mean, I played through Neo 1 and Neo 2. I speedran Neo 1. Long time ago now, though.
Resident Evil 4.
What's your opinion on Crimson Desert? I don't know. I haven't played it.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains. Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise, Umbrella. The virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City. and hit the peaceful little town with a devastating blow crippling its very foundation. Not taking any chances, the President of the United States ordered a contingency plan to sterilize Raccoon City. With the whole affair gone public, the United States government issued an indefinite suspension of business decree to Umbrella. Soon its stock prices crashed, and for all intents and purposes, Umbrella was finished. Six years have passed since that.
It's a good pistol. Although it doesn't have much ammo capacity. Low flashily. Woo. Oh, fuck off. I mean, that was my fault, but they'll fuck off. Get down from there. Super kick. Oh. We have a lot of pistol ammo, actually. I like clearing out the areas, but at the same time, it also feels... I don't know. It kind of feels like it might be better just to run through. Kind of hard to say. But then again, you know, there could be heals here. Dude, it's so hard to hit these dynamites. Does it have to be like lit before it'll blow up? Can the starting weapon get randomized into the rocket launcher? No. He's dead? By shooting their hand instead of the actual dynamite? Okay. Oh no. Oh, I'm alive. Oh my god, I thought I was dead. See, that's why, like, that's why the animations are fucked, right? I mean, I know that I could have shot that guy still, but... Oh, shit. Why did am I back on 1080p? Because people kept complaining about buffering and not being able to watch the stream because of the 2K setting, so... I don't know, I just switched it back. Oh god, it's the big guy. Oh, this ain't good. Wish I had a normal grenade, fuck. I mean, we could always just go to the oh god. Could also just go to the tower. Where do these even come from? They just like spawn? Did I just get hit by an arrow though? What the fuck is that? Thought this was lame. I mean, it is lame. Kenny, you're so fucking... Why you gotta be... Ah. Every time I read it, every time I look over a chat, there's just gotta be somebody. Always someone. I don't know, man. I don't want to mess with them. I'm scared. I'm scared of the Salazars, because people were saying they can one-shot me. I don't know if it's true, but I don't want to find out. The 7 ammo pistol is kind of rough. Hey, Rigu Futsu, thank you for the 2-year resub, man. Alright, so how many enemies are there here? Is it just the one, or it looked like there might have been more? Are there more enemies that die? I guess it's just the one. I mean, my pistol does good damage, but only has 7 ammo capacity, which is kind of terrible. What is that sound? Oh god, here we go again. Well, it's time to fucking die. Dude, what the he fucking teleported behind me, like, across the entire tunnel. Bro, I was not ready for that. Are you kidding? What is that? What the hell is that? Oh. Well, I was kind of ready, but not for him to teleport behind me. I mean, I knew he was there. I mean, you can kill him really fast with the knife. It's just... I don't know. I don't know, man.
Resident Evil 4.
$1998. I'll never forget it.
Well, he doesn't one-shot you if you have enough HP.
Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault.
You run into him early, though. I mean, I don't know. I'm just like, I'm so rusty at this game. I don't know how to deal with certain enemies very well.
A virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City, and hit the peaceful little town with a devastating blow crippling its very foundation.
I would rather get chainsaw enemies than Krauser.
Not taking any chances, the President of the United States ordered a contingency plan.
I feel like chainsaw enemies in this game are way, way less threatening than RE4 Remake.
The United States
RE4 Remake, the chainsaw enemies are crazy because they've got that lunge move and the flailing move. Whereas in this game, I think they just do... The chainsaw enemies only have like 1 attack. I could be wrong, but I think they only have like 1.
6 years have passed since that horrendous incident.
And you can also just shoot enemies with the shotgun, and they'll just go shotgun enemies with you can shotgun chainsaw enemies, and they'll just go flying.
Organization working under the direct control of the president. I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president's family.
Coño, Why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick?
You, who are you really? Come on and tell us. You are a long way from home, cowboy. You have my sympathies.
Guess that's a local's way of breaking the ice. Anyway, you know what this is all about. My assignment is to search for the president's missing daughter.
What? All by
Yeah, Super
yourself?
Salvadors in this are crazy.
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout
I haven't
party.
seen any yet, though.
Then again, maybe you did.
Oh, you crazy American. It's a direct order from the chief himself. I tell you, it's no picnic.
I'm counting on you guys. It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter when she was abducted.
Hey, Darkest Toaster,
That's
thank you for the 2
ultimate
months.
reason I'm in this lonely and rural part of Europe. According to our intelligence, there's reliable information about a sighting of a girl that looks very similar to the president's.
$9.8 Killer 7? What? Isn't that's like horrible? Oh, what am I doing, dude? I don't even know. It's over. Fucking explode! Please don't hit me. We're fine! No! Oh, I was stuck against the fucking hay on the ground. I didn't think he was gonna double shoot. Dude, I mean, I dodged the first one, but then the second one was... chat. This is kind of rough.
Resident Evil 4.
$1998. I'll never forget it.
Detrás de ti, imbécil.
This is like the exact same as the last run. Okay. There's a first aid spray in there. I tried to fucking parry there. Oh my god, dude. It's so hard to aim in this game. So bad. It's just... Oh. I'm just taking my time. Oh, that was perfect. I don't know if it's always money in here or not. Kind of seems like it. Well, we have a good amount of handgun ammo now. I mean, we could just go up the tower and cheese it. It's kind of tempting, I'm not gonna lie. Do I even want to do that? Oh god, it's this fucking Super Salvador. Oh god. Well, hopefully Super Salvador can't get me here. That would be really scary if he could. Did one of those Molotovs just fall down? La Campana. This is honestly so jank though that the Molotovs are basically just like, well, I mean, I guess they're being thrown in from below, or that's what it's supposed to look like. What the hell? God, this takes so long. Ugh. What a slog. Where the hell is El Gigante? He's somewhere. What? I will say though, the tower cheese is definitely not as exciting. Like I'm glad that they made that change for RE4 remake. But at the same time, like good thing we figured out how to do the Resident Evil village. The village siege section is so fucked up, man. And you know, the funniest part about it is they made it so like if you kill a specific amount of enemies, it will end earlier. But it's impossible to kill that amount of enemies on Village of Shadows difficulty. So it's like, even if you wanted to try to kill enemies, it's going to make no difference. Oh shit! I don't know, man. Do we do the skip? Invalid run. Oh! Oh, I forgot about it. I forgot. A Mendez came out of it? Yeah, that's terrifying. The 40 power Magnum by skipping. Honestly, my loadout is kind of ass. Like 1.3, 9.6 Magnum. Not great.
Got something that might interest you. Got a selection of... What are you selling? What are you buying? What are you buying?
1.6. 0.3 Magnum upgrade? Bro, come on, man. What is this bullshit?
Is that all, stranger?
The same as my pistol upgrade.
Thank you.
It's awful. I don't know why I'm even doing this. I'm just wasting time. Oh, wrong way. I don't need... Oh, God. I need to get rid of that keybind, man. And a lot of the like top runners for this game use controller, I think, right? So, I mean, I think controller is perfectly fine. You guys have such big weapons. Is suplex a guaranteed one shot? No. I mean, I guess it does more damage, but... Is this guy not gonna, like, wake up if I just... Oh my... Fucking die, dude. My ammo looking like 52-15. Yeah, that's plenty. We need to get our ammo capacity up though, honestly. No. Oh! He almost just killed me. Dude, how much health do you have? I'm alive. Dude, fucking die! And handgun ammo. Oh, oh, thanks. Oh, thanks, JJ. Dude. That was fucked up, man. I didn't miss shit, chat. I don't want that box. Yeah, the Magnum is not good. All right, do I have a flash? I have one flash. Probably gonna want the flash for this part coming up. Oh god. No! Wait a second, could I have gone in the church? Oh, I should have tested it. I forgot. We wanted to try. Can I just go straight to Ashley with this thing? I think I can, right? I don't know. Well, now I have to go back, though. Did you get the medallion? This insignia key doesn't open the church. It is the medallion? I think you're right. Dude, I'm like so rusty at the OG. Okay, well then, no, we haven't found the medallion, so I guess. I don't think we. So I wonder if it's possible though to get the RNG where you get the insignia key and then you find the medallion in. Like you can just skip both. I wonder if the medallion also has a chance to spawn in like an earlier section. What is that in her hand? That's a knife. It's actually crazy how like much of an upgrade some sections got in the remake compared to this game. Like the fishing village. I mean, while the structure is kind of similar-ish, like this structure right here is similar to the other one, except the way it connects is obviously pretty different. They cut a lot. Did they really cut very much in the remake? I mean, the remake is like... The remake's like a longer game than... Like a longer game than the original. And what are you guys talking about? Like they cut out the car ride with like... Or I mean, what? Yeah, what? Are you saying stuff from the original was cut out, or are you saying there was stuff that they didn't finish that was going to be in the game? Yeah, I mean, the Gigante hallway is cut because, quite frankly, you've already fought Gigante, so why make you fight him again and instead go with the more unique encounter of the Bella sisters? You know? I mean, most of the stuff that was cut is just the really, like, cartoonish nonsense, which I'm sure some people are sad about it, but I'm not, like... I don't really care that I don't have to mash D and run away from some, like, giant statue. You hate fun? No, I just... That's like... Those sections aren't the memorable parts of RE4 for me. I don't know. Dude, why do so many enemies do this? You need your lava room. Yeah, the fucking lava room. They were going for like a more serious approach with the RE4 remake, so in my opinion, it makes sense. It's like the thing is though, if key items can spawn, does that means I have to check every item anyways, right? Like, I probably don't want to skip stuff because then I'm gonna. Well, I could potentially miss a key item, I think. I don't know, it's kind of confusing. Yeah, if they do an RE5 remake, it'll be interesting. They're definitely going to make a reference to the boulder punching. Are you fucking serious? Bro, I wasn't even that far off, man. Come on, dude. Well, they're going to keep it, but it's definitely not going to be the... Oh. It's not going to be the same as it was in the original. Dude, if they got rid of Del Lago, do you know how many people would have complained about that? I'm sorry, bud, but your opinion is shit. Like, maybe it's not great in the speedrun, but... Honestly, they made it way better for speedrunning as well, because at least it's consistent. In the original RE4, this was actually like a massive reset point, but in the remake, they made it so if you hit all of your harpoons well enough, you can get like a guaranteed 1 cycle. But if you miss just like 1 or 2 harpoons, then you get stuck in the fucking loop of the boss healing itself, which is cringe as fuck. But let's not talk about that. We're going fishing. This fucking boat controls like ass. Oh my god, I just want to pick up the fence, dude. Be like, it despawned. Okay, man. Whatever, dude. What is going on, actually? Why is there, like... Okay. And how much handgun ammo do I have? 67? I mean, it's probably worth grabbing these fish. This is horrible, though. The frickin' get off prompt is like... Okay. We're loaded up on fish. Yeah, the thing is, if I skip that chapter, is it not possible that the medallion could be in like a the previous chapter? I don't know, man. On a yellow herb. Too much inventory space by default. You know what? I wonder if I... Oh shit. I set the starting cache size to small, but I don't think it saved the setting. It's set to random right now, which is I was gonna say, what the cache is bigger than it's supposed to be. Dude, imagine if that was like a chainsaw enemy. I would have just been dead. That would have been it. You also have armor in this game? I don't think so. There's body armor on easy and normal difficulty. But I'm on professional difficulty, and so I don't know, maybe the randomizer adds the body armor as something you can buy? Not really sure. Oh, that dynamite guy was so helpful. Thanks, bud. Yeah, this cache size is freaking massive right now. Nothing a big old fish can't solve. Oh god. Hey bestie, thank you for the 5 months. Alright, so last time we died during this fight.
Got some rare.
Hopefully we won't die this time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What are
Thank
you
you.
buying?
0.9 firepower Matilda. Wow.
What are you buying?
Alright, let's get some capacity for the pistol.
Thank you.
Dude, 0.3 upgrade. Oh my god, that's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Holy shit. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. It's time to go die.
What are you buying?
Now let's get some capacity on this, I guess.
Thank you.
Definitely not upgrading damage.
Is that all, stranger? Thank you. What are you buying?
I'm buying nothing.
Is it?
Actually, you know what? No. I'll buy a flash. I'll buy both. Those could save my life. You never know.
Use this.
Who are you shooting at, Luis? Oh, we got a lot of mag ammo. Luis is kind of a liability. I don't know why he's in this fight.
Rápido. ¡Hala! ¡Usa los músculos! ¡Rápido! ¡Apúrense! ¡Por aquí! ¡Rápido! ¡Rápido! ¡Por aquí!
There's a way to skip this segment. Oh yeah?
¡Ay! ¡Se vuelve loco! ¡Mierda!
Rawr. Woohoo! Is he normally this weak, or is this like a randomizer thing? I don't know. We need to be careful because the you know what? I don't want to risk it. I don't want Luis to die, dude. I'm scared. I don't know if he dies in like one hit or what. What's up, Spicy? The HP is random too. Honestly, it might be. Oh. Look at that. All right, Luis. Yeah, you stay back. You stay there. Can I just stagger him? There's barely any challenge runs you can do in Night Rain, to be honest. You can do level 1, or you could do like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you could use a different character for every Night Lord. It's really not all that interesting, though. I don't really feel like doing all 8 Night Lords in a row without dying isn't... I don't feel like it's that hard. At least if you're doing it... like, allowing level ups, obviously. If you're doing it level 1, that's a different story, but... I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about doing that, like doing a different class for every Night Lord. I don't know, I'm already a little bit bored of Night Rain, to be honest. Not done with it, like, forever, obviously, and, you know, which one is it? Oh, it's that way. I'm excited for the enhanced bosses update. Played it for like a month. It's been like 2 weeks since it came out. Not quite a month, but...
Ashley!
Don't come!
Hey! Take it easy.
No! Get away!
Calm down. Everything's going to be just fine. My name's Leon. I'm under the President's order to rescue you.
Speedrunning Night Rain is really boring.
My father?
That's right. And I have to get you out of here. Now come with me. It's Leon. I've succeeded in extricating my subject.
Good work, Leon. I'll send a chopper over right away.
Where's the extraction point?
There's another trail that you can take to get out of the village. The chopper will pick you up beyond there.
Got it. I'm on my way.
Speedrunning Night Rain isn't just... The game's on a timer, so you can't... You control about 10% of the duration of the run, and that's it. It's the only thing that's relevant. Yeah, it's just speedrunning Night Rain is nothing like speedrunning the other Souls games, sadly.
Who are you?
And that's fine.
You must know. My name is Osmond Sadler, the master of this fine religious community.
What do you want?
To demonstrate to the whole world our astounding power, of course. No longer will the United States think they can police the world forever. So, we kidnapped the president's daughter in order to give her our power and then send her back.
No. Leon, I think they shot something in my neck.
What did you do to her?
We just planted her a little gift. Oh, there's going to be one hell of a party when she returns home to her loving father. But before that, I thought I might bargain with the president for some donation. Believe it or not, it takes quite a lot of money to keep this church up and running.
Faith and money will lead you nowhere, Sadler.
Oh, I believe I forgot to tell you that we gave you the same gift.
When I was unconscious.
Oh, I truly hope you like our small but special contributions. When the eggs hatch, you will become my puppets. Involuntarily, you'll do as I say.
Oh man, I can't wait for
I'll have
RE9
total
chat.
control over your minds. Don't you think this is a revolutionary way to promulgate one's faith?
Sounds more like an alien invasion if you ask me.
And Death Stranding 2.
You okay?
Leon.
Death Stranding 2 is only like
Don't worry.
a week and a half
Got into
away.
This mess, we can get out of it.
Maybe less even. I remember you saying that about Night Rain. Okay. What's your point? It's not like Night Rain was a bad game. I mean, I played it for over 100 hours. What the fuck is he doing?
Wait.
Fuck. Oh, that was good. Nice. I'm gonna use this. My max health up more. You can't combine... No, you actually have to. Oh, he's dead. Nice. Honestly, Ashley is so much easier in this game than the remake because you can just have her chill. And just toss her in a dumpster. Come on, Ashy. Awfully close. Did I not shoot this down before? I play the RE9 demo at Gamescom. I don't know, where's Gamescom?
Some rare thing. What are you selling?
Is it in Germany again?
Come.
Probably not. Wait, what color gems do you even put in the fucking the crown? I don't even remember.
Back anytime.
Is it always in Germany? Probably.
What are you
I don't know, I've never
buying?
gone to Gamescom. The largest case available. Oh wow. $3X green herb.
What are you buying?
By the case, bro. I mean, I have so much space. I don't need it. Wait a second. No, 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 no. We don't open that box.
Wait. Follow me. Wait. Follow me. Wait. Follow me. Wait.
Oh, bro. No, no, no. Oh, God. Oh. Is there health res? I feel like, yeah, we should probably flash. He's a plaga. It's just if he shoots. I'm so. I'm trying, Ashley. I'm trying. Hit him with a little loop-de-loop. Oh my. Oh. No. Oh God, I should have healed her. Oh Jesus. Okay, I can't even. that was so lucky. I feel like I should have just ran. Or these guys have 1,000,000 fucking HP, dude. These guys do so much damage. Dude, and the cross... Oh, whatever, man. I should have just ran, I guess. I really think I should have just ran with Ashley. I shouldn't have tried to kill those dudes. It's just... I don't know. Our gun was so bad. Like, our Magnum did such little damage, and our pistol really wasn't much better. And we didn't find any other guns. I really didn't think that guy would kill me there. Well, yeah, I don't know. The enemy health is kind of confusing. Yeah, you do die really easily. Like I was saying before, being able to get getting the body armor in the RE4 remake randomizer makes it so much like the RE4 remake rando without the body armor would be absolutely fucked up. Like it would be so bad. It was a good try though. I mean, we made it further. I don't know, was that too... I don't know what chapter that even was, but